All right, so wanted to welcome everybody to how to use Google Apps to run your business. This is a series of webinars that the Tourism and Hospitality Council at the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce has put together. The first webinars that the Chamber has ever done, and we've been having some great topics about running your business more effectively, marketing. We did one webinar on online review sites like TripAdvisor and Yelp and so forth, and how to manage those, how to get good reviews, how to deal with bad reviews, and we've had several other webinars. So we're always interested in what type of webinars you'd be interested in hearing, and we'd like to also keep this conversational. So during the presentation, if you have any questions or thoughts as we go through, just go ahead and hit the chat button on the screen there, and you can shoot it to chat. We'll get it. We'll try to respond throughout, and then we'll have Brad go ahead with the presentation, and then afterwards we'll do some Q&A, because what we really want, and with the end goal here, is that everyone leaves with some things that they can take back to their business and use to run their business more effectively, and to be more, more profitable in the end. So, wanted to thank Brad Freundlich for being for putting this webinar together for us. And Brad, I met at my name is Jason Buchanan, by the way, and I am the chair of the Tourism and Hospitality Council, and they started the council about 2 years ago, I believe. And it's been a great success. We have lots of events. We have monthly meetings. If any of you are in Miami Beach, we love to have you at the council meetings that we do once a month. You can reach out to the chamber or check out the chamber website about that, or just email me directly. And I own 5 travel companies: Wet Travel, the Group Cruise, Cruise Event GPS, and Jet Set Republic. What we mainly specialize in is large group travel and charter and cruise ships. So we do music cruises and theme cruises and so forth, and we were just rated in South Florida Business Journal as the #1 fastest growing travel company in South Florida. We're excited about that, and one of the reasons why we're growing so fast is because we have kind of like a secret weapon. One of our secret weapons is Brad, and he helped us to switch over to using Google Apps and switch over our email hosting, Gmail, switch over using Google Docs, and so forth like that. And he's been a huge help. And I'll let him explain a little bit more about what he does, but he helps businesses get set up on Google Apps and helps them, along the process, and helps my team when they have questions, they can contact him and so forth like that. Because that was one of the other issues that we had with another company we were using, is they were tough to reach. So there's lots of benefits with Google, and Brad, I'll let you take it from here.
Okay, thanks, Jason, and thank you all for having us here with the Chamber. So we're going to cover Google Apps. The agenda we put together was around, we'll do an introduction, and then we'll talk a little bit about cloud computing and an overview. So everybody's probably heard of cloud computing. There's a lot of buzz about that just in the industry, and it's completely changing the technology industry today. And so why cloud computing for your business? At the end of the day, most of you are business owners or running a business, and what you really care about is, why are you going to do this? What's in it for me as an organization? And then we'll talk a little bit about Google Apps. We're going to use mostly screenshots and discuss what the solution can do for you. How do you get started, and what does it cost? And Jason already talked about it. I wasn't sure if we were going to talk about the beginning or the end, but the wet travel experience, and where they got a lot of value out of it. So again, Jason, like Jason said, please feel free to ask questions, or we can wait till the end to ask questions, and stay on as long as anybody has them. So to give you an idea, just what we do, my name's Brad. I'm one of the founders and the COO. We're a managed business service. So what that really means is we help companies choose solutions that are cloud-based solutions and help them manage it and get running on it and make them effective, and which at the end of the day will ultimately save them time and make them more flexible, and we'll talk about that. We're a Premier Google Apps partner, only a handful of Premier Google Apps partners in the country, and we're actually based in Miami, and we have employees nationally. We've probably done work with companies in about 25 states, plus multiple most companies that have the larger companies that we work with that have employees globally that we train as well when we roll out Google and Google applications and other ancillary solutions. So cloud computing, let's talk a little bit about the overview. To make it simple, I'm not going to bore you guys with a lot of technology stuff. That's not what anybody wants to sit on and learn, what's the feature functions of tools, but we're going to talk about what it does really for your business, and that's what's important, right? So cloud computing, there was a book that was written not too long ago called The Big Switch, and it was about Edison. High level, it was about Edison to Google. And what that really means is years ago, to create power, they created these windmills, right? And I'm going to use an analogy to explain what's really going on in cloud computing. So they use windmills, and the things ran, and then people created generated electricity. Edison came around and said, okay, well, let's create these products. And it was called the dynamo. These things were massive, and they would sell these dynamos to a manufacturing plant. And so if you're manufacturing plant right in one area, and down the street you had another manufacturing plant, they were all buying these dynamos, and they had to run the dynamos themselves. And then they paid Edison, the company, to service them, to keep them running, because you have to keep this stuff running, a lot like servers. So what happened was they're all running these dynamos. They're very expensive. And then Edison came around and said, wait, hold on. We can do this much more effectively. Why don't we just sell these people the actual power? They don't really want a dynamo. They want the power that's being generated. So they created these power plants. And then instead of selling the dynamo, they sold the power of what people wanted to use. And it created, that was electricity. So now the electricity is being sold, and it's being sold as a utility, so you pay for what you use. That's the same thing that's happening in technology today. That's what the cloud computing really is. Instead of having to go out and buy a bunch of servers and a bunch of software to try to run a business, and I'm sure that everybody's been part of that process when you wanted to do something new, and then somebody says, well, you got to buy this software, this is what it's going to take, and this is what it's going to take to implement it. Well, that's very, very expensive and a lot of upfront costs for companies. And people don't like that. They don't want to have a lot of capital expenses up front. They'd rather have it pay for it as a service. And so essentially what we're doing is comparing that the technology is now becoming a utility, and it's being sold that way. So what we're looking at here is one of the data centers at Google, and this is how big these data centers get. And this is happening in technology all over the place. This is not just a Google phenomenon. This is a phenomenon around cloud computing and where technology is going. Google just happens to be at the forefront with some of the solutions that they have. So some of the things that are changing in our world that are completely changing everything is the analysts are frequently talking about how technology and innovation happens in industries. And some of these major trends that are happening and that you see is 98% of Americans today have a cell phone. That wasn't true back in 2000, right? 95% of Americans use cloud services in their personal life. So 95%, that's a huge number. And then in the U.S., users spent about 121 billion minutes last year on social media alone. That's a massive number. That's 230,000 years of time on the social media. That's how much we spent on the computers looking at this stuff, or on the cell phones. So what's really happening is young professionals are completely adopting this stuff. They expect it when they get out into the real world, and they're kind of demanding it. So what's happened is now that companies have this flexibility to move quicker. One of the most interesting statistics that I saw was this is a statistic of how long it takes a company to get onto the Standard & Poor's 500. So if you look at 1957, it took 75 years until a company would actually get on the Standard & Poor's 500. Today, companies, when they enter the Standard & Poor's 500, they've been in business for 10 years. So what this really showing us is that the next big things aren't going to be businesses that are around 30, 45, 50 years. They're happening in lightning speed. And what that does to us as organizations and running companies is we have to be flexible, nimble, and able to move at lightning speed. Otherwise, our competitors can get a grasp on us if we can't move and make things happen. And that's not to get in trouble, but it's hard to turn a big ship if you've got a lot of tools and stuff that you can't move. So that's a big problem. So IP traffic, you've seen the amount of data that's moving today. It's over 5 times of it's more personal than business, and that's the first time that the data that's transferring over IP is bigger than what's actually happening on the business side. So it's even on the personal side. I'm sure for you guys, this is massive on the travel and hospitality. That's huge piece of the personal that probably adopted very quickly. So why Google's a big player in this is their heritage is really in search, and they've done a great job of managing information. They can do this at a massive scale. They have some of the biggest and most secure data centers in the world. And when they went to when they moved into the business world, they were relentless on focusing on giving intuitive products and making sure that their customers were successful with 24/7 support and 99.9% availability. And that's what companies need. You got to be running all the time. So some of the things we're going to be talking about are really mission critical. So when you look at this list, this slide, we're talking about 5 million businesses that have actually migrated over to Google so far. Some of the companies in your industry, Virgin America, Intercontinental Hotels, Delta Hotels up in Canada has moved over. Some massive companies that are some of the leading logos you've seen, like Mercedes-Benz, Best Buy, all these companies that are just moving over to Google, and they're doing it for a lot of different reasons. So why companies have decided to move over to the Google solutions and cloud computing? Total cost of ownership. I mean, that's at the end of the day, to be able to pay for it as a service and a utility, to pay for what you use rather than buying a lot up front and having a massive expense and then seeing an ROI 3, 4, 5 years down the road. You can see it virtually immediately. Flexibility and agility. It's easy to move in and out of systems when you're using cloud solutions. You have access to your data. And then speed to market. We're talking, we can be up and running. We've got companies that we worked at that have, 1,000 employees that needed to be up in 4 or 5 days, and we're able to do that when in the past it would take a lot longer. And then competitive advantage. Being on these more flexible solutions gives you a competitive advantage and ability to build things that are going to be more focused around your business. And then focusing on your core business. If you're a little larger company or you're paying IT guys to do work for you on an hourly basis, well, those things kind of go away. When they start running in the cloud, the only thing you have to have is access to a computer, a desktop, a mobile phone, and you can get to all of your data. And that's a huge deal, not having to worry about, is this computer connected through, is this securely connected? Was this computer going to work? Well, you can use any computer. It doesn't really matter which computer you're using. So on the Google side, some of the things that we focus on is really connecting within your employees and externally, being able to visualize your data, being able to build for your organization and apps that you need for your business, and be able to find information and then access that information. Connecting the information, like connecting and working more securely, helping employees connect, being able to collaborate, being able to collaborate in the browser. So here we're looking at people talking via video while at the same time connecting and communicating about a document that needs to be created for their organization. Visualizing your data, being able to visualize not just your data, but taking important data that may be integral to your business and overlaying it and being able to see patterns and making decisions. Building, so you can build apps that are relevant to your business, specific to your business. Anything you can possibly think of, and you've probably seen all the apps that are available, well, that can be integrated with your business. So we can build apps for you that can make you successful and bring in new types of revenue streams or help your customers be more successful themselves. Accessing the data. So with Google search engines, we can put in solutions that will actually search across your entire business platform to find relevant data. So imagine using Google search, but more core to your business and be able to find anything internally in the business. And then accessing this data anywhere, anytime, any place, on any type of device. It's one of the great things about Google. They're agnostic to the devices and to the type of browsers that you're getting access to the information. So getting started, or one of the things that Google believes is that they want to allow employees to work the way they live. Like we talked about at the beginning, personal data is 5 times greater than business data. So people who are already working like this, people who are already living their personal lives the way that they want to work in their business, and that's giving them apps and solutions that are going to make them successful. So some of the apps that we're going to talk about, we're talking about Gmail. which is some of you may be familiar with if you have a personal Gmail account, but the business Gmail account, a little bit different. It gives you that domain at the end, so it's got your domain name of your company and a lot of tools on the back end to manage it and make it a business-friendly solution. And then Google Drive, being able to access your data regardless of what type of document from any device that you need to access data, so you're not tied to your computer. And then we can also set up so that everything's archived, retained, and you have a discovery tool across your entire organization. And then calendars, so that you can work effortlessly across your team or outside of your team, internally or externally with people. And then Google+, the ability of social media inside the organization. So a couple things that are really interesting. If you've used email before, most people don't realize that Gmail has a lot of the features that it has. And some of the most important things is you have the ability to improve productivity. Also, Google can learn what's important to you, so it'll over time figure out what's important and start to prioritize it for you. It provides you over 30 gigs of space. And you're able to communicate not just the old way of doing, which is just email, but at the same time you've got a user interface that can do chat, video and voice calling, instant messaging, text messaging, and the basic, which is just email. So you've got one user interface to do all of that, and everything is saved and archived with over 30 gigs, again 30 gigs of space, which is a massive amount of space. And again, you can call anywhere in the U.S. and a lot of in North America, actually Canada, and a number of other countries for free right through the Google interface via the computer. And not just computer to computer, but computer to phone, computer to mobile, computer to landline. Calendar. With the calendar, you're able to designate different teams and provide and give people tasks accessible on any device, delegate calendars to others, and overlay team calendars. And then you can manage multiple calendars, both your personal and your business calendar, all in one location, and it's very easy to manage. And then with collaboration, so what we're looking at here, this is an interesting one. A lot of people have never used before, but it's because this is something that's completely new on the collaboration side. But what we're looking at is one document. So imagine you guys are building a document for a customer, or you're building a document that's going to be used throughout your some type of pamphlet. You can work on a document and collaborate with one version. Rather than working in multiple versions, you can see that we've got 5 people here, all working in one version to make the changes necessary, rather than sending versions back and forth to documents via email. So it makes things much more productive, much more clean, and it gets and productive-wise, we're talking speed, we're talking time. So it just completely erases a lot of the time that you spend sending versions back and forth. And then with your online storage, because you have 30 gigs of space, everything you have is automatically synchronizing back to your from your computer. Whether you have 2 computers or 3 computers, you're going to access it, and all the data uploads into the Google Cloud, and then you have accessibility to that information. So you can find that information on any device, anytime, anywhere, regardless if you have your computer on you or not. You can access the data, and you can share documents, whether they're Google documents or they're PDFs or Microsoft or Word, PowerPoint documents. All these types of documents can be saved and shared automatically. So it's a great solution. And then on the Vault side, with Google, everything's archived. So not just archived, but you have easy access to searching for data and searching for information relevant to what you're trying to find, whether you're in some type of lawsuit or you're trying to just find some bill of receipt that somebody may have deleted. Everything to the admin is available and accessible. And again, with Google+, one of the biggest values is that you can work in, and this is all free, in a video conferencing, and that's what this team's doing, and then they're also viewing a document and working on it at the same time. You can add up to 15 people, and you can even do massive broadcasts. I think Obama did one during the election when he's running for president again, where he did a broadcast to as many people that could join. So again, the mobile piece is agnostic. It doesn't matter what type of device, whether you use an Apple, an Android phone, even Windows phone or BlackBerry. All of it's accessible and gives you the same real-time synchronization across your organization. So whether you delete an email on your computer, it's all synchronized through the different apps, the different mobile devices that you're using in your desktops. And then you can also, from the customer's perspective, from the administrator perspective, we're looking at the dashboard. You can manage your devices, or if you have people that bring their own device to work, you can manage their devices so that you can give them access to which devices you want. And then if you ever need to, they lose their device or they're letting them go, you can remote wipe their device to get rid of any data that had to do with your organization just by going into the control panel in the settings, clicking on the person, and then clicking on remote wipe device. So complete mobile management within the Google solution. And one of the biggest values is that you never have to upgrade, and that's where it comes back to being able to be flexible, not having to worry about other solutions and systems. Google's going to automatically investing in the solution and making it better, every day. So I think in 2012 they did over 100 major enhancements to the solution to provide people, more features that they wanted or asking for, or just new innovation. So you're never having to worry about getting it. It's automatic, and you have the same solution that Virgin America is using. Whether you're a one-man company or 100,000-man company, you're getting the same solution and the same innovation. So getting started with Google, it's not too difficult. I mean, we work with a company like us who is a premier partner, and what we do is we help people transition. We do a discovery, which usually takes not too long. I think it took us maybe 30 minutes. We migrate all the data. We configure the system. We train the team, and then we go live, and then we continue supporting you over time if people have questions or need help or how-tos. And a lot of times we just get a lot of how-tos to do things. So you no longer have to go back to an hourly person to go find help. We're always there. And we've created a cheaper solution for you guys if you're part of the chamber. So it's $50 for the license per account, $35 to migrate it, and then $25 support per user. And then there's the base setup support, but we're working on a discount for that with the chamber. So pretty easy to get started. I'll answer any questions that have to do with any technology. If I don't know the answer, I'll get back to you guys. But that's pretty much it, Jason.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, if you have any questions, you can chat them in, or I think we might have the phone on mute. But yeah, when I first learned about Google Apps, I wasn't aware of all the stuff that Google could do. In particular, like if you lose your computer or something along those lines, what happens, to all your documents? I know a lot of people back them up to like a hard drive, which I used to do, but I never had my documents synced. So if I saved a file on my computer, I couldn't access it on my phone. Or if I saved something on my phone or changed something on my phone, I couldn't access it on my computer. With Google Apps, everything is like totally seamless. So the second you save it on your computer, it's accessible on your phone, and it's very easy to save documents. And a lot of times I was in my email saving documents, and I wanted to save documents, but I couldn't save them until I got to my computer. So now I'm going to save them to Google Drive, and it works so much easier. And then another one of my employees was overseas this week, and he called me through Google Voice for the first time. I thought that was cool. Didn't know that you could do that. Yeah, there's definitely been a lot of benefits to using Google Apps. See, Douglas had a question about the pricing. Oh, that was one of the other things about pricing. Why we decided to switch to Google, because it's a daunting task to think about switching. If you have a company, I have 10 people, so switching from one company to another, I just wanted to make sure that it was. Hello? Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that it was seamless and that everyone, there was support, and if something went wrong, how, and then I also didn't want to pay like thousands of dollars to do this. So, Brad, I didn't think, I thought that the cost that Brad charged was very feasible, to set everything up. He actually came over to my place, luckily, because I live in Miami as well, and then, helped us transfer all the data over so we didn't lose any data, and so forth like that. Let's see, we had a question on there, Brad. Go back to the pricing and explain which costs are monthly. Brad, can you answer the costs of how much are monthly, like how much do you have to pay monthly per user and so forth like that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we charge the same price for, let's not talk about the implementation, but just talk about the ongoing fees. Google charges $50 per user per year for an account. So you're talking $4.88 or $4 something for per month. I can't remember the exact number. But we as a reseller, we buy it on your behalf, and we charge the exact same price that Google does. So there's no additional fees by what we do, and there's no real discounts because the fee's so low. It is what it is. It's $50. That's the ongoing. So if you had, like Jason, he had 10 users or 12 users at the time. Jason, for the ongoing license, it was if we say 10 users, it's $500 per year for his entire team to have email, calendar, contact sharing, document, backup, and all that integration. That's the ongoing.
Right, which I thought was quite reasonable. I was with Rackspace, I think, and then there's other, maybe use GoDaddy or something along those lines, but they don't have anywhere near all the features and simplicity of Google Docs. And the collaboration too, like Google Docs, you can share documents with people and create almost like an intranet for your company, so everybody can share documents and see exactly where things are at. You're not emailing back and forth and back and forth. Hey, did you get this email? Did you get this email? No, it's like you can go into like a folder and it has your whole company's documents. This is how you do this. This is how you do this. This is how you do this. And it's updated, as you type. if you actually sit on a Google Doc, two of you at the same time on different computers across the world, as one person's typing in the document, you can see it. It's kind of weird. And Brad, as a question, if there's no additional fees, why would you go to a reseller such as yourself?
If there's no if it's the same price, then why wouldn't you go? I guess the question would be, why wouldn't you go through a reseller, right? But the real answer is because with Google, all you're doing is paying for the license. With us, we have a one-time fee up front, which is migrating all the data and getting people set up. If there's no migration of data, then we can talk and do something definitely a lot cheaper on the setup. But we set everything up. There's a couple things that actually happen. It takes us a number of hours on the back end, but no real time for the customer. I think, Jason, you left for vacation the day we started, right? The next day after we started.
Right.
So you weren't even involved. And we had probably a 30-minute conversation with Jason. So we have to change your MX records, which is on your DNS, which is like a GoDaddy, and we have to make sure they're pointing to the Google servers, and then migrate your data. And we do this also at night to make sure that there's no interruption in your business. And so we migrate all of your email that's sitting on your current system into your Google system. So literally you have no change except for a different user interface. And for some people, they use the same user interface, which is a Mac Mail or Outlook. But a lot of people use a Google user interface. So
right, and I remember that was
migrated.
Yeah, I remember that was my concern with some of my team members was, can I still use Outlook and can I still use Mac Mail or whatever? And that you can use whatever you want. You can still use Outlook and so forth like that. But what Brad has found is that a lot of people, they want to use Gmail after they start using it to keep everything too, because of the seamless integration with the calendar and all of the other options that are right there when you're actually online on Gmail. But it's just a personal preference. For me, I like to still use Mac Mail, but it's just a personal preference of how you want to use it.
Yeah, but your question is, if the question around pricing, though, we're really helping you move everything to make it so that you don't have to do anything.
Right. There's a question about the support. So there's no ongoing cost. So he's asking about ongoing cost for reseller support. So, Brad, what is like a range of charges that you charge for support, or to I don't know, is it like a yearly thing? Is it a monthly thing? Say if you have the Google costs, which is $50 a user a year, and that's the same, no matter what. And then the support, the migration over and support. Right. So what is it like your cost range, or how does that factor in?
Oh yeah, good question. So we have companies that have different needs. Some companies just want it set up, and then they rarely call us. We only talk to the admin. And then some companies want full administrative support, where we're helping them set up Mac Mail if they want to do that long term. They call us and want us to set up the users, and we pretty much run everything. That can run anywhere from around $25, a little less or a little more, depending on the customer and what they want in the support. But that part's something we can always talk about on pricing. So a typical company you could look at somewhere they're paying somewhere around $60 to $75, $80. It depends on what else they want to add on for other solutions, like phone and integrated phones and some other things that we can do. But that's typically what they're running per user per year. And it's a yearly base. It's a yearly cost, not a monthly cost.
Right. So I think I paid like $7,000 or $8,000 or $700 or something along those lines for. But for me, to have someone like Brad and his team available all the time and to ask questions with not me, my team and so forth, when they have questions, they can go straight to Brad's team and get answers instead of obviously calling me or calling an admin at my company.
Yeah, Jason wasn't $7,000 or $8,000. I heard somebody. It wasn't $7,000 or $8,000. It was like $7 to $8 per user per month. That's basically what it added up to.
Oh, what? Right. No, I was saying a few $100s for the year is basically what I was saying.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So to me, that was very reasonable to use a reseller versus just doing it on my own, which I thought would have been a just complete waste of my time. That's why I decided to use Brad. The question was, do you have somebody to hold my hand and migrate my data from applesme.com to Google? I have a Galaxy S4 me.com address if Paul needs help.
Well, yeah, we don't just hold your hand. We just do it for you. So absolutely. Our technical team will get on the phone. Typically, we don't have to. We go in person for very large companies. Otherwise, it's not really cost effective for some. I think we were just at Perry Ellis a couple of weeks ago, working because they have like 2,600 employees. So we work with all different size companies, and some want us on site, and some say, hey, just do it over the phone. So we can do either one.
Sure.
But both will be effective and move you over.
Well, what are the downsides of migrating to Google Enterprise and the other privacy controls?
When we say privacy controls, what do we mean? What are we saying? I can make a guess. But privacy-wise, are we talking about Google's privacy with their customer? I'm assuming that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, DW, if you can write in a little bit more detail about privacy controls, but yeah, go ahead. Brad?
I can cover what most people ask about. So Google's well known for they have a lot of information. They don't use the information per se to go out and use that on your data or share it with others. On the personal side, it is something they use for advertising. On the business side, when you're paying for the Google solution, because you're using the personal Gmail you're using for free. Google uses that for advertising only. And to make their product better. On the business side, they are adamant, and it's in all the documents when you move forward, that this is your data. They don't use that data. It's your data. You own it. You can take it with you as you want, and it is not shared with others, or do they use it or use it against you or anything like that. So I mean, the business side is completely different than the personal side.
And are there any downsides of migrating to Google Enterprise? Like, what are the downsides?
Well, the biggest challenge that people have, and I would say is everybody has a challenge with change, right? So what's interesting that we see is based on the type of users that we see today. And one of the biggest numbers that hit me a while ago, I was at this conference, and they said that only 3% of the workforce are baby boomers. I'm not that old, but I'm almost in my 40s, and I started off on Outlook like a lot of other people did. So they were used to something. When you move to Google, you can move to a different user interface. You can stay on the Outlook interface if you want, but a lot of companies decide that they want people on the Google interface just because of all the other attributes that come with the tool and the solutions. So when people move, people have change, and a lot of people on change, some people are resistant to change. Typically what we see, and one of the most interesting facts about the move is that most people, a majority in your business are already using Gmail for personal. So the lowest we've ever seen in an adoption of Google is a 38% of the workforce was already using Google for personal. And then on the other side, we saw one company that had 92% of the workforce using Gmail for their personal use. So the real biggest change is just that. I mean, it's just that you have a little bit of change. And if your company's all about being looking in the future, it's not a big deal. And with the training that we do, most people get over that really fast. And most people are already using Gmail anyway, so it's not a big deal. So that's really
what are some other benefits to using like Google Drive? And how does that kind of work? Because to me that was a little surprising how that works, like on your computer and on your phone, and like, are there other benefits to using Google Drive to like keep all that organized?
There's two massive benefits that most people don't realize. Most people don't have a disaster recovery for people's desktops at their company. So being able to automatically synchronize all of your documents seamlessly, I mean, it's immediate. I create a document, within seconds it's already synchronized in Google, and I can go onto the Google platform and access it if I need to. But one of the biggest ones is that I give you an example. Personally, I use two computers. I use a Mac and I use a Windows computer, and both of them synchronize with Google. It doesn't matter which computer I'm working on, I use an Android tablet and I use an iPad. I can create documents in any of them, whether it's Word documents, PowerPoints, Excel, or Google Docs. And regardless of what device I'm on or where I'm at, I can access it and share it with somebody else quickly. And so I can also see in real time the document change if we're working on something. So I've been out in the field yesterday on a personal use. I had to turn in a car for a lease, and I didn't have the lease with me. And when I'm there, I pulled it up on my phone, pulled up the lease on the phone that was in the PDF, and shared it with the person so they had the VIN number for that car right there. And it's because I'd already turned the car in and I had to go back and do some paperwork, but I didn't know what it was, the VIN, and I could pull it up right there on my phone. And I did that literally within about 15 seconds. And just having that access and be able to share it with somebody else quickly and send it is a pretty productive.
Yeah, definitely. I was actually in a meeting yesterday, and I was having the meeting, and he said he was asking if he had sent me a document, and I said no, and then he said, "Oh shoot, it's on my computer," and then he thought for like 2 seconds later, said, "Oh, that means it's on my phone," and then he went to his phone and found it on his phone and then sent it to me or showed it to me. So I thought that was another reason of Brad, what's the difference between like Google Drive and what's the other one, Dropbox?
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities. The difference between Google Drive and Dropbox really is that Dropbox is really only providing you document sharing, while Google's and in most cases that's not sanctioned by the company, and so Dropbox is actually one of the most unsanctioned solutions in the corporate industry right now, or it is. That's based on some statistics that we've seen. And then what Google's doing is it's essentially a lot of the same solution and functionality, but it's integrated with everything else in your tool set. So if you're in your Gmail and you want to do a search and find, let's say I wanted to find something for wet travel, I would do a search in my Gmail and it would show up in every document and every picture or every PDF and everything all in one place. So it synchronizes it and is saving everything for you. So and it also gives you that ability to monitor if you need to as an organization. So you don't have that ability with Dropbox unless you purchase, and then it's only sharing documents.
Cool. What about Google Docs and the difference between like Microsoft Word and Microsoft Excel? I mean, what's the difference, or why would people use Google Docs versus Word?
Okay. Well, really, you can use both. I mean, it really is a decision that companies make. Some companies, what they're doing is they're sanctioning, saying we're getting rid of Microsoft Office just because of the cost of it. But most people don't need the robustness of Microsoft Excel. Google's solution does 90% of what most people use. And so we're seeing a lot of companies that are moving to something that's not a client-server software, which is what a Microsoft Office is. It sits on your desktop and it sits there, and then you want to send it to somebody, you email it. So the real big difference there is that this is about using it as collaboration and working together on a document rather than having to take it, send it to somebody else, somebody sends it back with a new version, and then sends it back. So if you've ever been that person who's had to collect data from a bunch of people and you send out a document and have them fill it out, and then you had to fill it out again or take whatever data they sent back to you, those types of things go away. All those sharing of that way of working on versioning is really essentially gone. And so like you guys saw today, this presentation that I did was in a Google presentation. And so I shared that with Jason so he could see it and he could make changes to it in real time without me having to do anything. And I also shared it with one of the people at Google as well, and they made some suggestions and made some changes without me having to go and send versions back and forth.
Yeah, definitely. What's the future? What's coming out? What's new with Google Apps?
Okay. Well, there's a lot of things. I went there a couple months ago. I was out at Google, and essentially their focus is really around these apps. This is now a $1 billion business for them, and it's been in the business world for about 4 or 5 years, and they've made a huge impact over the last couple years. But really, just continuing the integration with just this, and then the cloud, being able to manage any type of application that you have on the Google the Google system, the Google Cloud. So if you're running some type of custom software or any types of apps you want to build, all that can be done in the Google system, and that's really where they're going.
Cool. DW just had a question. Is there a one-time access and you can test drive the app?
Yeah, if you want to do something, I can always work with you guys on the side, try to set you up with something. If somebody wants to do that, I can set up an account for you guys for a trial. So if anybody that wants to do that, my number's on the screen, and you guys can reach out, and we can help you.
Okay. Yeah, should have your email there too. Love it. Anything else, Brad, that we're missing? Google Voice. No, Google Voice is. What's the difference between like Google Voice and Skype?
Well, Skype's. I don't know how much people are using. I mean, people are using. It's a competitor. I mean, I think what Microsoft's trying to figure out how to make Skype a part of their core system. They're definitely going to charge for it. But right now, Google Voice is free, so pretty neat tool for being free. I think Google Voice definitely offers a lot more. Google Hangouts is more like Skype, and Google Voice is really its own system today. There's nothing like it.
This is a good question. Why did we use Meeting Burger instead of Google Hangouts?
Because you guys set it up, not me. I joined.
It was the chamber set it up. Yeah, exactly.
It's a good question.
We've been using, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, anybody that's got a nonprofit, Google gives away nonprofits for free, so it would make sense for chambers and most nonprofits use Google these days. And they give away.
Now, what do they give for free exactly? Like the Google Apps and all of that, or?
You literally get this whole thing for free.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah. I should let the chamber know.
The chamber should definitely move to Google because it's a free solution for them. And most schools are also running Google today too, and that's one of the biggest reasons Google's taking over. Is they did it smart. What they did was they went to the schools and they gave it away for free. So a lot of the people that are coming out of college and high schools and other schools and these private schools all have Google, and it's free. And then they're moving into the business world and they're used to Google.
Why wouldn't the GC be doing this?
I couldn't hear that question. Brad, what's the difference between, like, from a business perspective, what's the difference between Google Hangouts and using like a WebEx or Meeting Burner? Like, what would the benefits be using Google Hangouts or not using Google Hangouts?
Well, personally, Google Hangouts is good. Google Hangouts is great when you're working with a couple people. We use GoToMeeting for a lot of our bigger trainings, just because the look, the clarity sometimes when I'm sharing a document is not what I want when I'm showing it. It's not a document, actually. Documents work fine when I'm showing people how to enter stuff in a system. So if I'm in there showing them how to work with the solution, Google Hangouts is a little smaller and it doesn't get as big as I want it to get. So in some situations we use Hangouts, in some situations we use like a GoToMeeting. I wish I could get rid of GoToMeeting because it costs us.
You also have to have a Google or a Gmail account in order to register in order to join a Google Hangout too, right? I think that's what
yeah, and you don't have to have a paid for account to do a Google Hangout. You can do it in personal accounts too. You just have to have a Google Plus account.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that was the only reason why we didn't use Google Hangouts. We were thinking about if everybody had, like a Google Plus account. I think that was the main concern.
Yeah, this would have been perfect for Hangouts because we could have done it on even a broadcast.
Yeah. Okay. Next one. All right. Anybody else have any questions? Yeah, I definitely want to get the talk to the chamber about getting switched over into Google Hangouts. I think that's a great idea. Any suggestions with starting an e-commerce business and challenges with pay-per-click? That's kind of a little off topic, I think, in Google Apps. But.
I wouldn't e-commerce business. It just depends on what type of business you're talking about. There's a lot of solutions on e-commerce. I can tell you on the suggestions on pay-per-click. Set your budget, play with it a lot, and it takes time to get it right. It's not a it can be your best friend, or it could be a very big ditch for money. My real suggestion is find an expert that can help you run it, because it can cost a lot of money and you can screw up real fast too. But use that expert to figure it out, and then you can also use pay-per-click for either local or national. So there's ways to do that too. So if anybody wants to talk about it, feel free to give me a call. I can give you a lot of advice around it, and maybe some people that can help you as well.
Fantastic. Well, I think we're out of questions here. But thank you very much, everybody, for joining in. Hopefully this was very beneficial for you. It is going to be recorded, and it'll be up on the Miami Beach Chamber's YouTube channel. You can actually watch some of the older webinars that we've had, like the one where we had Monica from Yelp on, and she was talking to us about Yelp. I know a lot of local businesses have issues with Yelp and so forth. So that was a pretty interesting one. But so thanks again, everybody, and we'll hope to see you in the future on one of the webinars.
All right, thanks for having us.
At the chamber. Thanks again, Brad.
You're welcome. Talk to you soon.
You bet.